safe. Bear in mind that that is
okay. An example again, there is not things. It's not a thing I can tell you. Look out for this. You need to learn how to study your CFP and what it's saying. It's in the keywords that will tell you what they're looking for. So, for example, with your program that is talking about toolkits, ultimately that's an output that they want. At the end of this project, you must have created a toolkit that we are going to use continuously. That's an output. But if they're talking about something around youth employment and whatever in the next 5 years and whatever, that's an impact. Because yes, it's giving, at the end of the day, we want you to finish this, make sure that the youth are employable, but it's an impact because it's sustainable in the long run, yeah? So we can say in the next 5 years, we can see why this has really helped in terms of impacting the life of someone else. So it's not things I can teach you in class. It's something that you need to look out. What is this Paul asking me to do? Toolkit, it's simple. Output. Go and go inside the field, go and research, go and talk to people, and then come out and bring me a toolkit. That's an output. But go in the field and go and teach and train the learners so that they are employable. That's an impact. So some things you yourself just need to make sense of it. It's not something I can teach you or I can give you a manual. Think about what do they want and what does that translate to. Okay. All right. Okay, let's move into today's exercise. So I asked what has been our biggest learning so far. We heard from Jeanette. She said methodology. We spoke about the problem statement. Is there any other learning in the room that we want to touch on? Okay, we move. What section of proposal writing challenged you the most? Joy?
It's like
You're still confused there. Okay. You see the importance of attending each class. All right. Any other challenging section? Yes.
maybe it's by absence yesterday.
Yes.
Where it is, that's sorry for that. For that absence, but sometimes most of the councils, when it comes to authority, some people start with highlighting the authority of the city already. Others doing the other way. They start to approach the authority, then others the authority they approach. Then I wonder what is the best way. Should we practically start with the
Approach. Whoever starts with a methodology, I don't know how they reason it in their heads. How I reason it in my head is I need to first know how I'm going to approach this problem in order to then insert the method I'm going to use towards this problem. So how do you start with how you're going to approach the problem? I mean, how do you start with the methods of how you're going to implement when you don't know which approach is like a framework, it's like a structure. So how do I start with already doing before I know the structure I'm going to use to do? So I don't know why there are people that mix it up. That really is wrong. There's no either or. You start with approach, then you give methodology. Because your approach is going to feed your methodology. Okay. Can we pause on a bit on questions? Because we have a long day. Okay. So write down questions. If I ask you a question here, simply, this is what we're discussing. Don't ask me a question. Simply answer what I'm asking. So if I say, What sections of proposal writing challenge you the most? Give me a simple answer. Indicators were issues for me. Activities were issues. Or the whole methodology section was an issue. Okay, we will get to questions because otherwise we won't finish with today. Let me hear from one person. What section of proposal writing challenged you the most? Here?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to know where you set our official profile for company profile.
Okay. All right. That one I can easily answer. That one you do right at the beginning. Okay. It's about us, or just put it there about who your organization is. So you have a cover letter. You will then have it's a cover page, cover letter, right? Then there's table of contents. Okay, so I'm not going to teach you guys cover letter. I'm not going to teach you cover page. I'm not going to teach you table of contents. Those are like normal things that must come in. And then after that, we will have an executive summary. After the executive summary, you must put about your company. Okay, you say about us, and then you just put whatever. But we're not going to teach you about your company here. But it's something that you know that you need to. Yeah. Cool. But if it's an independent consultant, it's a bit different. You put it a bit down. Yeah, where it says whatever the experience of the person. All right. And how did you guys find working in groups? How did that influence your thinking? You. I keep forgetting your name. I forget. You see, Polycarp. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
As long as you see it on that day, and I think, well, actually, I'm not understanding what you do. The meaning of approach and individualism. The truth planning, I tried to raise it at the echo steps, routine.
Yeah.
The idea of training a motive. That's what we should understand.
Yeah.
For the working group.
Yeah.
Share a idea. One to another and then more things about the other two.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Examples for better working. When we the everyday activity to do.
Yeah. Okay. Because it's more information sharing. Yeah. So it's like comparing those with each other. Okay. What surprised you about how proposals are actually built? Let's hear from you, Grace.
Actually, I was surprised by how it's instructions. Basically, I was writing that the methodology was ready. How you that's right in my project I would about the how I can find myself very committed. It's very tough.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So she's basically saying for her, when it comes to methodology, she only knew that she could put it there on the table, but she didn't know that she had to go extra now with the detailed methodology. Okay, great. So let's all remember that proposal writing is not about writing. Firstly, it's not about writing, okay? What is it about? It is about, first you think about how you're going to structure, okay? It's about structuring and then designing a credible intervention, okay? So it's not about, I'm just writing for the sake of writing. We have to think, what structure am I going to use? And then how am I going to feed that structure with a credible design intervention, with something that the donor will look at and say, yeah, I see the point. Okay, so that's something that we should always bear in mind. Another thing that I thought would come out from you guys is, I hope you have realized that writing a proposal is very much strategic. So it's strategic thinking in practice. Yeah, it's so strategic. You have to be strategic as you are writing. You have to think strategically. So it's a bit complex. It's not just about writing for the sake of writing. Okay, I'm trying to start. Okay, so let's look at what we have built already over the past sessions. What we've done is we've developed the core technical sections of the overall proposal using our different calls. And each of us in our groups, we have worked on the problem statement. We've looked at the objectives. We've looked at the results chain, the theory of change, activities, methodologies, work plan. Okay. Even though we are not fully 100% with all the sections, but we have done all of those sections. Okay. So if you have any questions around these sections, please message me privately, because we will not have time in the class now for me to answer each and everyone's questions. For example, you, Paul Captain, you said, I'm going to call you Paul, okay? Paul Captain, I keep
busy French.
Yeah, you see, I don't know how to speak French, so in my tongue, it just doesn't come out. So, Paul, for you, for example, you say you still have struggles around methodology and approach. You have to fully understand it. So you must send me a WhatsApp message and we talk about that. So but ask me a specific question. Don't say, hi, I don't understand about methodology. I will not answer. I need a specific question. What around that are you struggling with? Then I'll help you. Joy, I think you spoke around your output. Send me a message around that. I'm not taking questions now. Okay. So if you have questions, you WhatsApp me. There's time I'll allow questions, but this is recap for what we've already done. So I am also cognizant of the time. So any question you have, please write it down so you don't forget. When I allow for Q&A, you can bring that question back. If we don't have time in the class, please feel free to WhatsApp me and I will give you your undivided attention. Okay. The same applies to you, WhatsApp. Online people, please feel free to WhatsApp me if you have any questions. Now, these sections that we have done, together they represent the technical logic of a project, okay? And this is one thing, this is a quote we said in the beginning when we started. We said most proposals fail not because of language, but because the project logic is weak and inconsistent. Yeah, this is the one thing we said right at the beginning. All right, so this is a full proposal structure and how it usually flows. Please understand, I didn't write about us as an organization. I didn't write understanding of the assignment. Sometimes understanding of the assignment, it comes in, sometimes it doesn't, okay? Just because they're not here, please don't think that you don't have to put those things in your proposals, okay? I don't want you to say, hey, that woman, she never put it, so I'm also not putting it. Sometimes there are unique things, okay? So, but common usual structure is the problem statement, objectives, results, framework, theory of change, methodology and approach, work plan, monitoring and evaluation, risk mitigation, budget narrative, implementation team, and supporting annexes. Okay, so you can see where we are now. We have done up until number 6. Yeah, so it means we still have to do from 7. Number 12, we're not going to do, we just need to know about them. Yeah, those are supporting documents. So we need to do from number 7 up until number 11. Okay. All right, so let's connect our sections. Jen yesterday spoke about linking our sections. So let's think about that. So when we look at the problem statement, which is the first thing, a question that must come to mind when you are creating a problem statement is, what is the development or environmental issue? What is the problem exactly? What is going on? Yeah. And then why does it matter? What's the issue and why is it so important? That will help you build your problem statement. And then objectives, how we must think about them is, what change will the project achieve? That will help us build our objectives. All right. Then methodology, we think of how will the project deliver that change? That is the implementation side of things. So that's the approach and the methodology section. Then the work plan speaks on when and what sequence will activities happen. Okay, when and what, please ignore that in. When and what sequence will activities happen? And then for monitoring and evaluation, how will progress and results be measured? Okay, and then the budget will speak on what resources are required to deliver the project. And that is why we say you cannot do the budget until you have at least done your methodology, approach, and work plan. Because that's where you're going to derive your budget from. We're going to watch, there's a nice movie, video I've embedded here that talks us through a budget. And yes, disclaimer, that lady is also somehow marketing herself and her book, but please ignore all of that. Just focus on what she says. Okay, let's move into monitoring and evaluation. Apart from making sure that your problem statement is clear, making sure that your approach and your methodology is top tier, your monitoring and evaluation is also very critical. It's one of the critical aspects of your proposal. All right. And what does it do? It explains how the project will track progress, it will measure results, and it will ensure accountability. This is where we said if you have monitoring and evaluation as a standalone section, then you might want to put your milestones here, right? As we're explaining the milestones. And why do donors require an M&E? Because it helps them and yourself answer these key questions. The first question, are activities being implemented as we planned? Are the expected results being achieved? Is the project creating meaningful change? And what lessons can be learned and improved? Okay, so this is what M&E is doing. A lot of times people are scared of M&E because they think it's going to show their faults. Like, oh, no, it's going to show our faults, but it's not necessarily that. Like, if the project is not going well, or you see, as we go in the field and ask questions and we learn lessons, it can also help us pivot in how we're doing things, so that ultimately we still get the results that we want at the end. Yeah. So it's also equally important for you to make sure that you have a clear M&E plan. All right. If you have questions for M&E, write them down, because when I'm done with M&E, then I can open questions, yeah? So let's look at, M&E goes hand in hand. These days, we even have MEL, which is monitoring, evaluation, learning. Then we have MEAL, monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning. Then we have MEL, which is monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning. They are now expanding. But all of them, they are in this umbrella of M&E. Yeah. So monitoring versus evaluation. And we know that they're always used together. And most times when we hear M&E, it's like it's one function, right? M&E, one function. But they actually serve different purposes. They might go hand in hand, but they serve a different purpose. Now, what is monitoring? Monitoring is continuously tracking the project implementation. So it's regular intervals within your project or your program, right? And evaluation, on the other hand, is periodic assessment of results and impact. Okay, so I guess here are some of the examples that we can make. Examples of monitoring, we say tracking number of trainings conducted. So for the sake of a light example, we can say your output could probably be around monitoring. And then a milestone could probably be around evaluation, okay? Then we have tracking number of beneficiaries reached. There's another example of monitoring. And then monitoring activity completion. So what does monitoring answer? Are we doing what we said we would do? That's it. We said we are going to train 200 people. Did we train 200 people? That's an output, yeah? We said we are going to train. It's not looking at the success of those trainings. That's evaluation. This one is monitoring. We said we are going to train 50 farmers. Did we train 50 farmers? Okay, so that's what monitoring is doing. Now let's look at evaluation. Evaluation is the periodic assessment of results and impact. Examples: did farmers adopt new practices? Okay, because we did this happen? Yeah. Did income increase? Did environmental conditions improve? So now what does evaluation in that sense answer? Did the project actually create the change? It's no longer about did we reach what we said we were going to reach. It's about was there an impact at the end of it all? Yeah. So that is the difference between monitoring and evaluation. Now let's look at, still under monitoring and evaluation, let's look at elements of a strong M&E framework. Okay. And a strong M&E framework, it helps us ensure that the project is evidence-driven and accountable. Now let's look at the typical components that form part of an M&E. It would be an indicator, okay? Our indicators, they say specific measures to track progress, okay? Baseline, we want to see the situation before the project begins. You know, when we say we're doing a baseline study, to test where are we now before we can start with our implementation. That's going to help us to assess progress, you know, midterm and at the end. And then it also speaks around targets, the expected change the project aims to achieve. And then it also speaks of means of verification, evidence used to confirm results. You can state something, but where's the proof of what you're saying, right? So if you say you trained 200 people or 50 farmers, where's the proof that you actually trained those 50 people? So I'm asking you guys, for example, for means of verification, you say you trained 200 people. What kind of verification must you bring me? Sorry? Can you say that again? Attendance register, yes. Training report, okay. What else? Huh? Yes, photo. Training report, is that one a good verification? Bernard, is training report a good verification that you train people? If you write a report. Yes.
Someone wants outcome of the client that they are looking for outcome, they are looking for impact, not what you did, number of training.
Thank you. Jana, I saw your hand.
I want to add that why doing that kind of training report
Yeah.
should be focused on bring and the costs
Yes.
outside of the
The training. Okay. All right. So these guys are correct. So the question was not around reporting is done quarterly anyway. You're going to report. And in your quarterly report, you will put subsections of the training. Yeah. And remember, you will put 200 people attended, expected was whatever. That will come, but in the overall quarterly report. But in terms of means of verification, I need proof that that training actually happened. So a register is very important. You must have a register, people must sign, put their names, there's a date there. Then you say 200 people, I need you to attach that register for me to verify. You said 200 people, and there's actually 200 people that sign. Okay. Then there's also photos, because you could have went to your friends and say, sign here, I'll give you 1,000 friends, sign. And then you have your 200 people. So I want pictures, I want videos, I want to see this in action. Okay. So those are some of the means of verification that you can do in that instance to say, we did have a training. But then let's say it's something around testing emerging technologies, for example, where it's not necessarily a training, but you are testing a technology and it's on the laptop and you're doing this and whatever. What kind of means of verification there are you going to use? Because the register is not going to work in this instance. Pictures of taking people are not going to work in this instance. What means of verification will you then use there? So if it's a system you're creating to solve something, we need some screenshots of that system. Yes, of that system. You need to attach the screenshots of that system. I need to see that system. I need to see what it does. I need to see. So it's all about just giving the person proof of what you're saying. And all I'm saying is that the proof will not be the same based on what the product is. Yeah? All right, so let's move on. So examples will include there. It shows you guys didn't copy your school, so it's good. It's written there, training attendance records, which is the register. We have field monitoring reports that will follow. And then we have surveys and interviews. We have photographs and GIS data. We also have government statistics. Anything, like I said, also said screenshots. Those are just some of the examples. Anything that you can attach that shows that, okay, this happened. All right. I hope you're putting down your questions if you have any, because I will take them after this section of monitoring and evaluation, which this is the last slide on it. Then we have what we call participatory monitoring and evaluation. Okay, participatory already kind of tells us that other people involved, right? So you find that donors a lot in today's world, they actually prefer participatory monitoring and evaluation. And this is something Denon knows very well. I'm not trying to put him under the the hot seat. But I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm just using it as an example. But this is something, as I said, Brennan knows very well because there is a project that he's working on that when they do monitoring and evaluation, they use the participatory method. They speak to the different people involved, people affected. By people involved, I mean people affected, people that are going to benefit from the overall project, yeah? So it's not only sitting at a high level, but you actually go to the people involved, people that are going to be affected either positively or negatively by whatever it is that you are bringing in play, okay? So this is mainly around projects that are centered around impact. If we're saying we are trying to create impact, and I'm saying I'm trying to build a smart school in a village somewhere in the eastern province of Rwanda, but I'm not monitoring it, speaking to the people who are staying in that place. I'm doing the project a disservice, okay? Because they are the people that are going to either directly be impacted or affected by what I'm doing. So donors really like this type of monitoring and evaluation, where you also include the people that are somehow involved, even if they are involved indirectly. So what does it mean? It means that communities are not only beneficiaries, but they also active contributors to monitoring project progress. They might not be sitting with us in the room as we are designing the project, implementing the project, but at the stage of when now we are monitoring the project, they must be included because their voices must be heard. The lessons we are going to derive to make our project a success at the end, those lessons are going to come from them, yeah? Because we are the beneficiaries, they have the lived experience of what is doing, how it's been working, the assumptions that we made, whether those assumptions were correct or incorrect. So who are these participatory? Who are they, these beneficiaries? They include community monitoring committees. Sometimes, you know, to get into a place, you need to go through a committee, yeah? They also include farmer reporting groups, participatory evaluation workshops, beneficiary feedback mechanisms. Those are just some of the examples. And what do they help? They help to ensure local ownership, transparency, improved project learning, and stronger sustainability. Because I said we're doing it for them. So if they don't have a voice, how do we know that it's going to work out? How do we know that it is fully benefiting them? And then this point where we say local ownership. There's this thing where we say, if you come into somebody's world and you start to dictate what must happen and how it must happen, that is very problematic, yeah? You are going to be met with resistance because it's like, who are you to come? It's like coming to my house and start telling me, oh, move that furniture here. Hey, stop using that spice. Hey, change that fridge. Hello, Janet, who are you? This is my house. Okay? You can't come to my house and tell me how to do, what to do, where to do what. So it's the same logic. You cannot come into someone's space and start dictating things. But you come into someone's space and you ask them, how can I support you? This is what I'm thinking. What do you think about this? And let them marry into that project. Feel like that project is also part of theirs. Take on their suggestions where possible. And when you do that, you bring about local ownership. If you build a school and they feel they're part of the owners, even when you're not there, they are going to take care of that school. They will make sure that that school carries on the mission that it was created for in the first place, which then breeds sustainability. But if you don't get the local ownership, you will create the school 1 year, 2 years, it will be dead. Yeah? So this is why donors fully encourage that. As we are doing our monitoring and evaluation, we do it in a method of participatory, where the beneficiaries are also involved in how we are monitoring and in how we are evaluating. I will pause there for any questions around M&E. Or any comments or any additions, anything. Yes.
Is just consider a little bit further evaluation.
Yes.
And that visual with sometimes in writing that
Yes.
So I've been conducting interviews with as focus group discussions, whatever. So those tools that sometimes we highlight under the document, how are they dated one to our experience? So sometimes find ourselves doing that. Are we going to also start party as part of the entire information just to get the information down?
Okay. Yeah, so no, that section you spoke about is a section that is strictly around the methods. What you are going to get in for data purposes in order to create the output that you're looking for. So in a way, it's like, that sounds harsh, but I am using these people as a resource to get what I want. So you can't say, because you have put them there on methodology, that already tells me you're going to also use them when you do your monitoring and evaluation. Those are two different sections and they speak two different things, okay? So yes, 100% you're correct on methodology and approach to show your data methods tool that you're going to be using, which is I'm going to utilize these people to do what I want. If it's an output project, that's enough, okay? If it's a toolkit, that's enough because you need data to create a toolkit. You need that data to create an output. It's simple. But if it's an impact-related project, that's not enough. Then you need to put a layer where now with monitoring and evaluation, I need to see where you say you're going to be conducting in-depth interviews. Sometimes they call them one-on-one interviews. Who are you doing those one-on-one interviews with? Okay, so if it's a community-based thing, I want to see that you're going to have one-on-one interviews with at least 2 or 3 members of the community committee. Okay, and you have to explain the kind of, so that you say, okay, for this kind of insight or for this kind of, for me to gather these milestones, I'll speak to community members, I will speak to this, I'll speak to this in your interviews. Focus groups will have a mix of somebody from maybe the core team, the project team, but we also have to have somebody at community level. We need to have a researcher within the local community, all that, to say that whatever is going to come out of that focus group is not biased. It's a mixture of people that are very much interested in what happens in this community. And if you're speaking around, let's say you're doing your study in Zimbabwe, for example, and your focus group is people that are staying in Kigali, you've already failed because there is no local interest of anyone occupying the seat there. Yeah, so yes, I hope that answers your question. Yes, Jeanette?
Well, is it presented is like a romantic or is someone else?
With the participatory, you can use both styles. You can do narrative and then you can do a table. I don't know if you remember, but in our earlier sessions, we spoke around, I think it was you who asked, that sometimes you see in proposals, there's tables and then sometimes there's the narrative. So when do you tell what not? And I said to you, that is really just a style that the writer, you as the writer, make a decision based on knowing that some evaluators are lazy to read long narratives. So if it's something that you feel is highly important for you to highlight, especially something around participatory monitoring and evaluation, you can have a table around that to say, we are going to have, when we're monitoring in the baseline, we are going to have these discussions with these many people, and these are the list of whatever enterprises we are going to be talking to, and all of that, and all of that. But then under the table, you must still have a narrative, yeah? But the table just gives them a quick snapshot of what you're going to do. Yeah. I'll take, okay, 2 more questions and then we move on. Okay, let's start with you. So you want to repeat your name again? Advan.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to know.
Yeah.
Where the expertise is when you are writing the proposal,
Yes.
where you have to ensure the expertise regarding the education.
Yes.
Because once you have the present,
Yes.
you're going to have the key point.
Yes.
How to formulate the writing proposal
Yes.
regarding the expertise and the education.
The team expertise, yeah?
Where can it is.
The team expertise.
Yeah.
Like the team composition, basically.
Yeah.
And what expertise they come with.
Even our access, even
Yeah, it's coming. So here's the structure. I showed you the structure. Let's go back. There. So we haven't done it because we're not there yet. Okay, so you must remember that when you're writing a proposal, let's first focus on the problem. Let's first focus on the project, how it's going to be implemented, what approaches we are going to use. Are there any risks that we're seeing? How are we going to monitor it? What is the budget looking like? And then we are going to have this. So another question that I would probably then ask is, but now I'm seeing budget and budget narrative coming before implementation. But then usually we see that budget and budget narrative is usually a standalone financial proposal on its own. There are other proposals where they ask you to embed the budget within the overall technical proposal. If they do ask you in the call to put the budget in the overall technical proposal, this is how the structure then that you will follow. But if they don't ask you, then budget narrative, you scrap it out, you put it on a standalone in its own financial proposal. Okay, then when you are done with the depth of the project itself, then you put your team. Okay,
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's go back. Any other question? Oh, yes, you had a question.
Questions about the others, but sorry, we have experience.
Okay, let's go back. I think you were late. So you were late, huh? Yes. Okay, so we're going back for you because you're like a very sweet girl. Otherwise, we wouldn't go back. We will go back for you. So this is the difference. We spoke about it at length. We said monitoring is a continuous tracking of project implementation. And the examples we are tracking is we're tracking the number of trainings conducted, because you know, as we're doing our methodology, we usually say we're going to do, let's say, 200 trainings or 500 or whatever, right? So as we are monitoring, maybe we said in month 1 or after inception, immediately we're starting with training until maybe month 2. So monitoring must monitor immediately to say, did we train the 200 people that we said we would train, okay? Then it says we are tracking the number of beneficiaries that we reached, We are monitoring activities completed. So what are we doing? What is monitoring? Monitoring, simply, the question is, are we doing what we said we are going to do? We said we are going to conduct 20 trainings. Did we conduct 20 trainings? It's not too involved around the impact, the change. Was it successful? Was it unsuccessful? It's just about, we said we are waking up at 7 a.m. Did we wake up at 7 a.m.? We said we are going to jog. Did we jog? Okay. It's not, I said I was going to jog so that I can lose weight. It's not, did I lose the weight? We're not there yet. It's simply, I said I was going to jog. Did I jog? I said I was going to jog at 5. Did I wake up at 5 and jog at 5? That's monitoring. But evaluation is, did the jogging help me lose the weight? That's the change. Okay? Evaluation looks at the change. Did me waking up at 5 every morning help me become disciplined? Yeah, that is evaluation. But monitoring is, did I wake up at 7? Clear? So, any other question on evaluation?
For example, if you conduct the evaluation, it's done by the government sometimes because of how wide products. When sometimes the local NGO, they do monitoring. That's how they're actually connected. So evaluation is done sometimes how to insert the points to the product. If they are implementer, they do the evaluation because of the design, the time, the enzyme, like done by the donor. That's how.
Yeah, that's a very good question he's actually asked. And the question he's asking highlights how monitoring and evaluation as a discipline is not always fully respected or fully understood. It's not always fully understood as the backbone of the project. Then you find that they want to cut costs because monitoring and evaluation is expensive. It's expensive. So a lot of donors, they cut the cost. They say, you implement, we will monitor. Okay, and we will evaluate because they're trying to cut costs. If it wasn't cost implication, trust me, they would say you should do it. But because they're trying to cut costs, they say we are going to do it. And they don't realize that they're doing that at the detriment of the very project that they want to do. So that's why you find sometimes a project can run, they don't have an expert monitoring and evaluation and learning partner, and then 3 years later in the project, let's say it's a 5-year project, they're like, oh damn, we didn't reach the things we wanted. Then they hire a partner who's an expert in learning, whatever, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. 3 years after the project had started, then you find out the partner has to work magic. The MLE person has to work magic 3 years after the project. But now they have to start from the beginning. They have to now say, oh, there was no baseline that was created. Now they have to see how that's going to work out. Because you can't start a baseline 3 years later, correct? We said baseline is something that you do before pre-project to see where we are. But it's a reality that happens in these projects, and I'm glad you mentioned that. So to answer your question, it shouldn't be doubtful because you cannot remove the M&E element in any project, especially if you want success. It's a very critical aspect of anything. But if a donor mentions that they will do an M&E, as an implementing partner, it is still also important for you, even in your proposal, to still have an element of M&E, even if it's small. So this is why I said sometimes you can put it inside your methodology and approach. You can have it as an activity to say, we will still do some form of activity around M&E, because you cannot have a full-fledged project completely without anything, because it's like you're just walking blindly. You're just going and going, but you don't know what's happening around you. And take it like you're driving. You cannot drive forward without looking at your rear mirrors. You have to understand your surroundings, what's happening in front of you, what's happening here, what's happening here, and what's happening behind you. And if you don't have an it's like you're driving straight like this, you're going to the next step. Right? So even if they're going to do the full-fledged monitoring, still put a section of M&E as an activity within your methodology. But just know in your head, they're just trying to save money because they do need monitoring. And most times they say they'll do it, they don't do it. Yeah. Sorry, I had said I'm done with these two guys, but I'll give you guys bonus and then I'm done. Okay, yes?
Is my question comes to evaluation. We have to evaluation. What you call evaluation, what you call the impact assessment.
Can you repeat that? You say your question is around evaluation?
That evaluation is conducted on a quarterly basis, so that whatever a certain period.
Yes.
Which some say this is including the assessment. So then
who wants to answer him? Some questions you guys ask, I feel like you can answer it yourselves. He's asking, I spoke around evaluation that happens quarterly and sometimes at the end, right? Not sometimes, quarterly and at the end. But then there's also what we call an impact assessment. So he wants to know, is impact assessment and evaluation one and the same thing? Or are they two different things? And if they're different, what is the difference? Sometimes just listen to the English language. Sometimes it's not even technical. Listen to English. Impact, evaluation. What does impact mean in the dictionary of English? What does evaluation mean in the dictionary of English? Sometimes these things they need English. Joy, do you have an answer there? And if I fail, okay, good try, but wrong. Who else wants to try? Online people, you are very quiet today. Who wants to try online? Online people, hello. Benjamin. Edward. Joella. Who's the other one? Edward, do you want to try? What is the difference between impact assessment and evaluation? And Joella, do you want to? Oh, yeah, Edward, speak.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, impact assessment take place after the project phases out.
Hello?
But can you hear me?
I can't hear you. I think it's not charging again. You guys.
Hello?
Edward.
Yes.
I can't hear Edward speaking.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, guys, settle down. So it's not a break. Eh? We were just trying to get.
I can hear you, but I don't know if you can hear me.
I did not realize. Who else wants to give it a try? Yes, Grace.
I think impact assessment is like seeing the schedule of the point or the seeing the potential then evaluation is like tracking the progress of the.
She's correct. Although the way she explained it can be confusing, but she's correct. So let's keep her. I'll explain it together. So I don't know why my thing is not charging. Eh? Is it full there or what? Now it's charging. Okay, thanks. So what she's saying in simple terms is evaluation. We are evaluating whether the project that we designed achieved everything that we said it would achieve, either on that quarter or at the end of the project. So we say we have completed the project. This is what we said the project was going to have, and this is what happened. Okay, so that is project evaluation. I can hear music in my ear. So that is project evaluation. Okay, but when we are doing impact assessment, this is where she spoke about. You said community. Eh? Impact assessment is we are saying we are creating this. Well, we are designing this project. And at the end of this project, we want to see the impact of this project having achieved. What impact is it going to have in the long run? So impact assessment is speaking on the sustainability of the success of that project. Okay. Whereas evaluation is speaking on we have now completed the project and we're evaluating it and we realize we have achieved. Impact assessment, on the other hand, is looking at the sustainability of the impact that what we have done and achieved in year one, whether it will continue to have impact in the next 3, 5, and 10 years. Okay, so you find that an impact assessment is not done at the project completion. At the project completion, we do an evaluation. And then 3 years later, or whatever period we give ourselves of the impact, then we do an impact assessment. Yeah? And this is why I said some things is just the English language. Impact. You cannot see, I cannot train you today and I see the impact of my training today. It's not possible. I have to meet you 2 years later and say, hey, Janet, how are you? How was driving? And then you say, oh, we won a tender. You remember those ones you were telling me? That's the impact 2 years later. Not now when we are finishing next week and then we say we are seeing the impact. No. All right. We had one more question from Jean Marie, then we need to move on, please.
My reaction is about the question of
Which colleague?
the one who advocates
Okay, yes.
asked by evaluation. Sometimes it's made by
Yes.
many specialists in Uganda. Position that have been integrated years ago. These are real specialty. It's not like that. It is all finance.
So are you saying they're new here in Rwanda?
Newly created.
Yeah, but that's not an excuse, Jean Marie.
But the experience of donor, because normally supporting projects in Rwanda, they know that NGOs, small NGOs, implement activities. The one with the specialist, let's say, who works in agriculture. Know that supervision is done by direct supervisor, but not the MNE. As they don't rely on the way they supervise, they create their own company or the supervise the progress.
Yeah.
That's the case of UN agencies.
Yeah.
They have their own organization to supervise the progress.
Yes, but that to me is not the same as what he's asking. So if you are saying UN is going to say you implement we will do the monitoring, but they still hire an expert organization that is going to do the monitoring. Then that is still a full-fledged monitoring and evaluation done by an external M&E, which is perfectly fine, because sometimes as an implementing partner, you don't have the expertise for monitoring and evaluation. There's nothing wrong. They can now bring a team. But how they're supposed to do it? If you are the one that is winning the tender, I do the call, I win the tender. I'm supposed to be responsible for the whole project. Okay? They are funding it, I must implement it. And implementation means I am also responsible for M&E. So I must also put M&E within my proposal. If my team is not the strongest with M&E, I can hire an external M&E partner. Do you understand? Then the overall responsibility still lies with me as a company to make sure that all elements are created and I still have to have an M&E. So we understand that some companies, they really don't have the expertise for M&E, but they must still put it in their proposal and they must get an expert because it's a very critical layer of project success. However, what he's talking about is where the donor themselves, they say there's no need for M&E because we will do it internally. That's cost cutting. Because they're not going to employ an external one. Sometimes they don't even do it until it's too late, until the project is going wrong. You see. So those are two different. So there's definitely nothing wrong with getting an expert to come in and do the M&E thing. But it still remains the person who won the tender, it still should remain your responsibility to have those. Have you seen that you can win a tender, but then you have multiple partners, different implementation partners based on how big the program is, because those implementing partners are strong in that a section of your project. And then all those implementing partners, they're also not strong in M&E, where you now find that it is you who won, it is maybe 3 implementing partners for 3 different interventions, and then it is the M&E partner who does the whole M&E for the whole project that is coming from all the IPs, yeah? But this male partner here is still accountable to you. They still come and report to you. Anytime they need information with the IPs, they come to you and say, Jean-Claude or Jean-Marie, speak to your IPs. I need this information. So you might not be the one who's doing it, but you are still responsible for everything that's happening. Even implementing, you might not be the one implementing certain sections or interventions because you don't have the knowledge, but you are still responsible. It's you here, it's your IPs, and then it is your male partner, and then on top is the donor. The donor only speaks to you. You see, you're the channel. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to move on from monitoring evaluation. If there are more questions, as I said, please feel free to send me a WhatsApp message, and I will respond. Mr. IT, I'm pressing, that is happening. Okay, but okay. Thank you. Okay, so now we started off our day speaking around what we have learned thus far and our experiences working in groups and all of that. Then we moved to monitoring and evaluation. We explained it in depth as much as we can. And we looked at the difference between what is monitoring, what is evaluation. Yeah. Now we are moving on to risk management. Risk is another layer in a proposal that we need to think about. Okay, so we are saying that when it comes to development projects specifically, they operate in very uncertain environments. Yeah. So therefore, because the environments are uncertain, risk is likely. And we are saying that risk can affect the timelines of implementation that we have put in our proposal. We can have a lack of community participation. I mean, if we look at our methodologies, we did say that we are going to have community members, we are going to train them, we are going to do this. And if there is a lack of participation, it is going to affect our overall project, yeah? And then sometimes you find that there are environmental conditions that affect our project. And then the big one, especially in the NGO spaces, how finances are managed. Sometimes the finances are mismanaged, money gets finished before the project is done. So those are some of the risks that are apparent. I don't know much about if it's a risk here in Rwanda, because Rwanda is a bit more disciplined. In South Africa, is very common, where the budget is finished before the project even gets halfway. It's a very common one in South Africa, so because of mismanagement of those funds. So donors, they expect proposals to anticipate risks and present mitigation strategies. I know we spoke about this in our last chapters in highlights, but I said they want you to think strategically. Don't just be like, there's not going to be any problem that arises. For everything that you say you're going to do, they want to know that you have thought of, I'm saying I'm going to train 50 farmers. What kind of risk comes out of me saying I'm going to train 50 farmers? Okay? They want to know that you have thought about that. I'm saying I would have trained women. What risk comes with me only saying I'm going to train women? And should this risk I'm thinking about happen, how am I going to mitigate it? How am I going to resolve it to make sure that ultimately we are still able to achieve what we are set out to achieve at the end of it? Okay, so that's why risk management is so important. And it's important for us to know that if your proposal ignores risks, it appears unrealistic and poorly planned. Okay? If you don't touch on them, it just looks poorly unplanned or it's unrealistic. And chances of you getting that big tender reduce. I'm not saying it's not possible, but they will reduce. Okay. Let's look at the types of project risks. These things that are playing in my ear. There's music. Guys, IT. I don't want to hear music, please. Okay. So the types of project risks, we have operational risks, we have environmental risks, we've got social risks, and we have institutional risks. And we say that identifying our risks early, it helps projects prepare practical responses. Now let's look at what types of operational risks could be there. We could have delays in procurement. This happens quite often, eh? Quite often. But usually that's on the side of the donor. But it happens quite often. There's delays in procurement. Another high risk that we don't realize, the staff turnover. Okay? Can someone tell me why a staff turnover can be a risk for your project? Providence, you're so quiet today. Tell us.
I think
maybe can have another what they are.
Yeah, that's okay. But why is it that when they have their nice opportunity and they leave us in the middle of a project, why is that a risk for our project?
Because the fact that they were not being completed, as you are seeing the previous period planning, see if you want to have a task. So, and we included the implementation team. So if that person was having, snack because assigned to activity and leave, that means the activity he is or she is professional in that.
Yeah.
There will be a gap.
So she's saying there'll be a gap when that person leaves. You're even laughing because you can hear this music also.
Yeah, now I can hear it. I don't know it's coming.
Okay. Yeah. So is there any other risk? So thank you for that. Is there any other risk that we are seeing with staff turnover? Yes, Valerie?
I want to add the risk of staff and
Yes.
the gap of the women with some social issue. Especially when
Yes.
it's about positions.
Yes. Okay, that's good. Which is similar, which is speaking around gap, that gap causes the delay. Thank you for that. Let's now think. Okay, Jeanette, yes, go for it.
I want to say that each country has what concerns the hiring process. For us, it requires sometimes to recruit, announce the recruitment and to wait some months so that the new staff
And so again, it causes delay, yeah, which can impact the project. Okay, thanks. Let's think differently now. Let's think donors. Let's think the donor themselves, what they expected. You presented something and now you have a staff turnover. What does that do? Yes, it causes issues around the project, but think from the mind of now, oh my God, it's no longer about just yourself internally, but you have to think about now the donor. Yes. Okay, someone online has an answer for us. Please go ahead. Is it a message or they want to talk? Okay, who is it? I can't see a hand. Edward, please go
Yes,
for
good
it.
morning. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Edward, we can't hear you.
I can hear you.
We
So
can hear him. Can you tell us what he's saying?
Yeah, just for this operational risk especially on
Edward,
staff turnover, I would like to
Hi,
you to talk
Edward.
about the mitigations.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Or for this operational risk,
Mm-hmm.
the staff turnover.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk a little bit about the mitigation?
We're not there yet. We're not
Thank
there
you.
yet. We will
Thank
we'll
you.
get to that. So now we're just talking about the different types of risks. Now I'm asking, why do we say that a staff turnover is a risk for our program?
Yeah, for me, we actually made this risk always when we are learning projects. So it's a risk and it affected the project achievement, because when the staff is aware, the project is experienced about the project, and then leave, you should engage the new one. So this new one will take time to train, to adapt on the project. So it's also affected the performance of the project.
Yeah, okay, so thank you so much, Edward. So Edward is again talking around the same thing of it's going to affect the project, the delay, the gap. If someone leaves, now you need to get a new one. You spoke about recruitment being long. So you're all talking around the same thing. If you are going to say the same thing, don't say it. I want a different risk within that. Okay, go for it, Grace.
Yes, I think that stuff kind of like content they don't have that first
Yes, okay. I'm going to add to that, but that's good. Yes?
Generic organization can increase trust because the environment is not safe.
Yes. Yeah, there's lack of trust that comes in play. Yes, so what I wanted you guys to say, which none of you fully said it, but at least Grace was now going into that. Remember that when we create our proposals, we have the team composition, okay? We have the team composition that we put there. So in that team composition, we have shown we have a Didier, we've got a Jean-Marie, we've got a Providence, we've got a Jeanette, we've got a Grace, we've got a Joyce, we've got a Didier, we've got a Kalisa, right? And we have all the different functions of what each person is going to be doing there. We put their expertise, we put their experiences there, okay? So when now Kalisa leaves us because he got a nice gig there by World Bank, what happens, it becomes a risk of trust and management from the donor, because they are saying the team composition that you have made should likely be the team that you know will be there throughout the project cycle. And you know, in the space of consulting and whatever, even if they get a new job somewhere, they should be responsible enough to still be able to finish this project, okay? So that whole responsibility, how did you choose this person? Sometimes it's beyond our control, but it's what comes out from a donor. And another thing you guys must be aware, when a donor makes a decision to approve that you are the one that wins the tender, your organization is the one that wins the tender, they make it holistically, looking at everything, including your team composition, their strengths, and their CVs. So they say that what they struggle with is that when we were making the decision and reviewing, we vetted Kalisa. We didn't vet a Rose. So it's not easily replace Kalisa with Rose just like that. Do you understand? Because they vetted him. The approval was on the basis that he is the one that is doing that particular section where you put him. Now you cannot just say, okay, he's gone, next Rose. Let's even forget things of recruiting that it takes long. Sometimes you already know someone who's good at something. I say, I know when it comes to data things, Brennan. I cannot just say, hey, Brennan, someone just left, January just left here. I need a data specialist. Come in. You can't do that. Things of donors are very sensitive. They'll say, who's this Brennan now? We didn't vet this person. We don't know anything. We knew a Kalisa. We knew a January. So that is why this becomes a risk. Now, sometimes, honestly, like I said, it's a risk that we don't have control over. But then the responsible thing that you do immediately when Kalisa says, I'm out, you try to negotiate with him. Are you able to do your assignments? Are you able to complete the project? He says, no, I'm not able to. You say, okay, can you at least give us a week? Tell us where you are, wrap up your thing. In that week that he's giving you, you must immediately write to the donor. Communication is important. Okay, so this is when now, when it comes to mitigation of such a risk, you must state, in case of any staff turnover, you know, that is part of this, we will make sure that Again, like we say, we try to communicate with the person to stay longer. If they refuse, we will immediately communicate with the donor. And then, if within a certain period, we will then give the donor the new CD for them to vet and approve. You can't just replace without the approval. You need to get the approval to say, Alisa is gone, I'm now bringing in a Bernard, here's Bernard's CV, here's his background, are you happy with him? If they reject it, you must get some. Even if you think that Bernard is the best, if they don't think so, you need to get someone that they know, and they need to see that you will do that here. Okay, so that's just that. It is a risk because they're like, we didn't vet this person, you can't easily just swap the next person, which again can create delays. But then you must also say, how are we going to deal with those delays? If we've lost a week because Halisa decided to leave, how are we going to make sure that we recover that week so that it doesn't affect the overall project?
I have one question.
Yes.
Why did you delays in procurement and logistic challenges which are under our control? The loss staff turnover is
Yes.
not, you cannot control it.
Yes.
But logistic challenges. and
Yes.
delay in procurement.
Yes. That's a good question. So she's asking, some of these things, they're not our doing. They could be a donor's doing. So why are we putting them as a risk for our project? Who wants to answer that question? Come on, guys. Who wants to answer that question? I don't want the same hands. I want someone else. Who wants to answer that question? Someone else that hasn't spoken today. Who hasn't spoken? I was about to say I choose them. So, can you please try to answer Janet's question? Did you even hear her question? You did? You didn't hear it. Guys, the next time someone speaks and I pick you and I ask you whether you heard the question and you say no, you're going to stand for 15 minutes. You're going to stand for 15 minutes. Because if you are standing for 15 minutes, we know you're doing nothing but listening. So we're not going to punish you now, but I'm giving a word to everyone. Next time someone speaks, you're not listening. I ask you, you are standing for 15 minutes. I will put a timer for you. So, Janet, please repeat. You see now you have to make Janet repeat herself. That's not polite. Janet, please repeat your question to him so he can answer you.
As we are seeing the type of project is on the operational risks, the mentioned delays in procurement, staff turnover, and logistic challenges. I asked why we can include delays in procurement and logistics challenge while we can manage. It is under our control. The turnover is understandable. It's just 1 week. One morning is that say I'm going out. But delays in procurement and logistics are under our control. Why can we put them into logistics?
Okay. Thank you. I think if many people are in the same room and they are discussing about something, they should accept it now because and I don't want to accept it. But at the other side, there are some people who are not understanding the value of this situation. So they should delay because they don't accept in their heart, but in general they can't accept.
Yeah, I think we're all lost. We don't understand. We are hearing, but we are not hearing. Hey, it's difficult, this thing. Okay, thanks for trying. So when we are listing the typical risks that our project can incur, we are not saying these risks can occur because of us. we are not only these issues. We're not only listing things that are happening because of our team, okay? We are listing possible issues that can affect our project timeline and the success of our project. So whether or not delays in procurement and logistical challenges have anything to do with us or not, they still remain a challenge. That must be recognized. And should this happen, because remember, when we're doing risk management, it's an assumption. We are not talking about assumption yesterday. It's an assumption that we are making to say, assuming that there's a delay in procurement, there are logistical issues. This means there's a possibility that our timelines might be affected. And how are we going to still try our best to mitigate that anyway? Okay? Some of the issues that we mentioned earlier in the other slide, we spoke about environmental challenges. There's nothing you can do about environmental challenges. But if a project of yours can be affected by environmental challenges, you need to know that there's a risk that might happen. For example, even we spoke about low community participation. It's not a fault of yours, but it's a reality that low participation can happen. So they're saying, should low participation happen, what are you going to do thereon? So you need to think about these things. Yeah. So don't think risk from a point of our fault, but think risk from a point of should anything happen. For example, let's take it back to real life. Then when you are driving, there's a risk that you can have an accident. Okay? It's a risk. But we are not saying that that accident is going to be your fault, right? But there's a possibility of an accident happening when you are driving. So that's why they say, take precaution. Drive slow. Don't drive when there's heavy rains. Put a seat belt. That is why cars also have an airbag. You know, those are mitigations to say in case. If you are driving slow and there's an accident, the impact is not going to be as high as if you were both speeding, right? So risks are just about what are the possibilities of something happening. If you see buildings, especially commercial buildings, they have those fire extinguishers. They're not saying it's going to burn or that building will never burn, but as they were building, they think of possibilities. I'm building this big building and we have thousands of people, or a big mall, we have thousands of people. And it starts, the fire comes. What will happen then? It's an assumption. That's why they even have escape rooms. You know, they show you, in case of a fire, assemble here. They think about those things. What's the quickest way for us to get out? Yeah? So sometimes the fire is not even started by a person. I don't know how much you guys know of the news, but in Cape Town a few years ago, I was still in Cape Town that time. It was too hot. Literally, there was a fire that erupted by the famous Table Mountain and it started burning trees and burning houses that are nearby. Because of heat, not because anyone burnt anything. But in that mode, there were firefighters, there were this, there was already to say, if any case of danger happens around this, how do we act? Was it anyone's fault? No. It was just nature being nature doing its own funny thing. Okay. All right, so let's move on. So let's look again, a snapshot of operational risk. We have delays in procurement, staff turnover, logistical challenges. Then environmental risks, we have droughts, floods, and pest outbreaks. These ones will affect people that are doing agricultural things, correct? Then we have social risks. We say if there's low community participation or if there's conflict between stakeholders, that can be a risk. Then we have institutional risks. It can be policy changes. Policy can change that affect your whole project. Then there can also be weak coordination with government partners. Okay, so for like group one's assignment where they need to work inter-country, if now there are problems within two different governments, that can affect the overall project, yeah, and the success of it. So these are just examples we have. There are many others you guys can think about. They are non-exhaustive, yeah. Oh, is it me? We can do something. Okay, so this is just a table, a quick example of the risk, the likelihood of the risk happening, and the mitigation strategy. So for example, if we're saying, like I said, that fire will just come and burn this place, the likelihood is very low, right? Because it's not something that happens all the time. Maybe it has happened once after 50 years. So the likelihood is low. So this is how you should typically create your mitigation plan. And what mitigation plan? It explains how the project will prevent or manage potential challenges. So Janet, I want you to highlight that word, manage potential challenges, because some risk you cannot, some of them you cannot prevent. So some like those you spoke about, you can't prevent. You cannot prevent because you're not in charge of that. Also environmental issues, you can't prevent them. Policy changes, you can't prevent them. But a donor wants to know that you are able to manage them if they happen, okay? Some you can definitely prevent that are in-house, yeah? But some you can't, you have to manage. So here are some examples that we have. So the first example, we say a risk is that we will have a low community participation. What is the likelihood that we say we are going to train 50 people and then only 30 shows up? Knowing people, that is likely. It's a 50-50 thing, right? So we are saying the likelihood is medium, okay? There's a likelihood that it will happen. It's a 50-50. So what are we going to do about that? This is where now we have a mitigation strategy. This is where we say strong community mobilization and engagement with local leaders. We need to get the buy-in of the community leaders, because community leaders are responsible for the community and they will make sure that the community is there if they have the buy-in of our projects. This is where we spoke around local ownership. When they feel a sense of ownership also within the project, they will help you mobilize the community, and that will lessen the risk. Okay. Then the second risk example is climate shocks. What is the likelihood in today's climate, the way it's changing, yeah? Global warming, the likelihood is high, okay? I had people here saying, I don't know, they were saying, oh, it's supposed to be hot, the rain is supposed to have stopped. It's been raining in this Randa. Since it's been raining, it's been raining. So now it's getting a bit hot, but it's also still raining, right? So now you're confused. Which one is the dry season? Which one is the rainy season? It's just been raining throughout. So what is a mitigation strategy? To promote climate resilient agricultural practices. This is where we want to use emerging technologies, yeah? To say, how can we still make sure that our crops and our whatever, they stand the test of time. They stand the test of time in terms of climate. What can we use? Okay, so this is where we now think of alternative methods. Okay, then we have implementation delays. What's the likelihood? It's a 50-50 chance. And how are we mitigating these delays? We must have a clear work plan. This is why yesterday I was a bit hard on you guys with your work plans and how you mapped them out, because they were not clear. They were confusing. And already, if your work plan is confusing, when you get to the ground and implement, you will be confused yourself. you will not know what to start with. So your work plan must be clear from the onset, and you must have regular coordination meetings, checkpoints, where are we at? Yeah, monitoring what's happening. We said we're going to do this, did we do this? So I know when we think about mitigation, we think these big words. No, just simple little things that we can do to make sure that our project is going to progress or is progressing as it should, regardless of the risk that we are posed with. Before we move on, are we having any? Don't move on. Yes. Yes.
I'm asking people to reflect on that means, for example, similar experience, same determine that the level is medium or low.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So sometimes it definitely comes on one, the previous experiences that you've had with similar projects to then be able to do the likelihood of the impact. Sometimes you are looking at the project, the impact and the outcome that the project must make. And if the impact and the project and the outcome that the project must make is heavily embedded in you having the communities play a role, then you must put your likelihood as high, because you don't want to put it low, because you are then not going to concentrate too much energies on how you're going to mitigate it. But now if you put it low, but the impact hits the project completely, you are there. So sometimes you have to set out to say, is this project success heavily reliant on community, or is it heavily reliant on climate? Is it heavily reliant on policies? You need to know what it's heavily reliant on for you to put the likelihood. Okay? Sometimes a risk matrix is not done in this way. This is a very simplified way of doing it. Sometimes where we have medium, high, medium, or low, whatever, that column on top is not called likelihood. Who wants to tell me what that column sometimes is called? Where we have medium, low, and high?
Or
The priority. Okay, she says the priority. Yeah, priority level, the impact. If this was to happen, what is the impact of it? Will it have a very high impact on our project? Will it have a very low impact? Will it have a very medium impact? Does that make sense? So you can choose. You can put it as a likelihood, or you can put it as an impact. Okay? Priority is right, but it's rather say the impact that it would have on our project if this would happen. Would it be a high one? Would it be a low? Would it be a medium? Okay?
I think when it is low, it's not necessary.
No, even BTS might know before I can answer. No. Even low impact, you must put it there. I wish I used an example of a scatter chart or a heat map. No, these things. There's another way you can show risks. Maybe I will do it after lunch. I will put it. There's a way you can put it where you can see the low, the high with the different color codes there, and you will see. And what we're basically saying is, even the low you must still see, because even the slightest chance of it happening can still affect your project. So you must be aware of it. But as you are monitoring, you will spend more time and effort checking signals of the one that is high and medium than spending much time on the one that is low. But you don't forget about the low. Okay. There's a time I was training a course on a public policy, and we were speaking around a similar thing on stakeholders. Yeah. And then we were saying, when we are working with a public policy and we now need the public, who is important, who forms part of public policy, right? And then we were talking about the different stakeholders. And we were saying, within those stakeholders, everyone is important in public policy, but they play a different role of importance. Yeah? So you have maybe your government who will have a higher role than maybe a layman person, like an individual. But that public policy is still going to affect you as an individual that is forming part of the community. So because you are still of interest, we still need to keep you engaged. We still need to have the thing where they have releases of this is now the policy that is in play. Even if you read, maybe you're not even in the rooms there to make a decision, but they still keep you informed on the policy changes and all of that, because you are still a stakeholder, and we need to make sure that you still feel part of the bigger picture. Yeah. So it's just a matter of knowing, who do I spend more time with? Who do I go and meet? Who do I have more coffee with? In that sense of public policy. But in this sense, is where do we spend most of our resources and our time? Yeah. Which is high and medium also. Because remember, medium is 50-50. So the likelihood of 50-50 is also something that you would want to take time on. All right. Any final thoughts around risk mitigation before we move on? Huh? It needs to tell you when you're taking a break, not you. Any thoughts before we can move on? We are okay, we are clear. And then I know there were some very questions around monitoring and evaluation. Are there any questions around monitoring and evaluation that you still have, that you wrote in your notes that you want us to touch on? You forgot them now, and I thought to write them down. Yes, Sam, are you? Did you have some?
Am I allowed to go back
To what?
to monitor?
To monitoring, yes, you can.
Schedule and doing and the way the work, like, do you refer to activities like then the one in charge of organizing is going to get this animal.
Yeah, there is. There's what we call an M&E plan, a full-fledged M&E plan that will be created by whoever is doing the M&E, and it will show everything that is centered around that. The activities, the outputs, the indicators, the percentages, the numbering, who's going to be doing what, with whom. Sometimes it's a combination. We need the IPs to give us this in order for the M&E experts to do a certain thing. We have to list all the indicators. When this indicator says this, it means this. It's a whole new, we can actually have a course for 6 days just on monitoring and evaluation. But we don't need it for this purpose. We don't need it for grant proposal writing. For grant proposal writing, it's just enough for you to put a section stating that you will have an M&E. You don't need a MNE plan. You don't need an MNE framework. That's a completely whole new chapter that we can talk about. But remember, you are not an MNE expert, so you don't need to go into that yet. All right? All you just need to do in the grant proposal, just acknowledge that it's something that you're going to do and mention it briefly like we have said, then you're good to go. Okay, guys, it's 11:30. John Clark has really asked for a break. So we're going to give you guys a break until 11:45. So 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes. I'm not trying to give you like a long break because I want us to leave early today. I want us to finish at least by 3 because yesterday we finished late. So I'm trying to balance the times. If we can also respect the times of breaks. Yeah. So let's go for 15 minutes, come back at 12:45, and then we do until 1, 2. Hopefully when we come back at 2, we just have that 1 hour, then we can leave at 3 straight. Okay. Thank you. And we'll see some kind of thing. It's hot today. What I'm wearing is wrong. It's time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, time's up. 15 minutes is over. Naona niko yani. Ndini. Oh, nice. Yeah. Are the online people hearing me now? Okay. Welcome back, guys. So I want to ask you guys, the decision is yours, you're the bosses. Do you want us, we're only left for today with this section of budgeting. So I'm going to speak around budgeting theory, and then you guys are going to create a simple budget. Do you want us to go through it and finish and leave? Or do you want us to do half? You take a break for your lunch and then come back after lunch. Finish and go, right? Yes. Because that way we can even finish like 2. Then those that are hungry will eat at 2. But already going home. Yeah? Then and for you, if you want to eat at lunch, you can go. As we are pushing. So we are all agreeing. I don't want to bully you people into stuff. It's okay like that, yeah? It's just one section. It's budgeting. We do it, we finish, we go home. Okay, great. I like it because I was hoping you say that yes. Okay, cool. We need to, guys, tomorrow is Monday. We need time back to rest before like the week now, eh? Huh?
You don't have something to still busy.
And you can still message me. My WhatsApp is 24/7. You can still ask me, but at least we have time. Like you can even go and watch a movie. You never know. In bed. Okay, great. Let's start. So let's do a quick snapshot. What did we start with today? Yeah. What did we talk about? Huh? Yeah, this one. It stood with his cultural differences. He's not forgetting. Okay, we had that was an icebreaker though, right? Don't now go to bed and say you guys are talking about culture and Rwandans being rude. Yeah? That was just an icebreaker. Besides the icebreaker, what else did we talk about today? We introduced a new concept, which is monitoring and evaluation, right? And what else? Risk management. So we will say for everything that we have learned, the 2 new things that came out that is done now is monitoring and evaluation and risk management. Now we are moving to budgeting, yeah? So today we would have done 3 things. M&E, risk, and budgeting. And the only thing we're doing an exercise for is budgeting, yeah? Because budgeting is also a big one. It can break or make it. You can write a very good technical proposal, but if your budget is wrong or it's not convincing, you can lose the tender completely. So that's why I thought it's important for us to actually have an exercise on the budgeting element. Okay. So we are saying once we are done designing the technical proposal and we are happy with it, we feel it's clear, it's ready, the next step is to determine what resources are required to implement the project. Okay? I know you guys are thinking, but we are not done with the technical proposal. We will be done. But let's just assume we were done with all the elements of the technical proposal. We're happy with it. It's clear. This is where budgeting now becomes critical. Okay? And what does a budget do? When you are creating your budget, you must know that your budget should translate activities that you have put in your proposal to resources, and those resources, they had a cost. Okay? So when you think activity, resource, costs. And please know that donors examine budgets very carefully. You know, sometimes, I mean, you know that with when the tenders, the CFP comes out, they will have a budget. This is a whatever million tender, okay? Don't just think because I put it under what they are affording, I'm going to get the money. Then look at each and every element that you have put there, whether it makes sense. How do you justify this budget? All those things. So that is why it's important. What do they assess? They assess the financial realism. How realistic is your figures? Okay. If there's personnel costs, if there's transport costs, accommodation, how realistic are they? If you're saying a cost of accommodation per day is $700 US in Rwanda, come on. That's a big fat lie, right? But in other places, that could actually be the reality of things. They also look at the cost efficiency, and then they look at the implementation feasibility. I don't remember who said this, but when we started earlier in our program, one of you guys said something around, we were talking about if you say you can do the project with small money. We spoke about that earlier. I don't really remember. It's not about small money or big money. They're not concerned about you showing them that I can do this with small money. Yeah? They want to see how feasible is your budget to the overall project. So I can say I'm charging 300,000 Rwandan francs per day for my service. Kalisa is charging 1 million Rwandan francs per day for his service. They can still go with him and not me. Because when they look at the overall feasibility of each line item, the budget lines, you know, in NGO spaces, they like to talk about budget lines. When they look at the budget lines that are put there, his is more feasible than what I would have done. Okay? Even if mine is cheaper, they look at mine and say, this is not feasible. She is not able to produce this magnitude of a project with this money she's putting here. So don't ever get mistaken thinking putting small money is what's going to put. You need realistic. Do your homework. Yeah? If not, get someone to review that for you. Sense check it. If you have to research costs, if you're going to have to sleep in the different districts, check how much hotel stays are there. Be realistic. Another tip I can also tell you is that if your project is running over 5 years, think of inflation. Because the cost of bread today is not going to be the same bread price in 5 years' time. Okay? So look at the patterns of inflation as you're doing your budget. Because you will come to a point where we are doing the narrative of your budget, you will explain all of that in the narrative. Okay, cool. So look how I'm pressing my own computer. I'm forgetting to press here. Okay, let's talk about what does a budget project represent. And I think a lot of times we think that the budget project is just about listing our expenses. Okay, so I want us to remove that mindset of thinking that it's just simply a list of expenses that we are going to incur. But we should take our minds to the fact that it is a financial plan, okay, of the entire project. So if the project is 3 months, it's a financial plan of the entire 3 months, or 5 years, or 18 months, or 24 months, okay? It's not just a list of expenses, yeah? What does it do? It demonstrates, number one, how resources are going to be allocated, how you will allocate your resources. That's the first thing it does. It also helps us realize whether the activities that you have are realistic based on how you're pricing them. And it tests something very critical, which can either make or break whether the organization can manage funds. The way you write the budget will tell the evaluator and the donor whether you know you can manage the funds or not, whether you're already a red flag or a green flag. And no matter how good your technical proposal is, if they see a weakness here, they will reject it. They will reject you. You will not get that job. Okay? And then we say a strong budget must align directly with the activities, the work plan, the outputs, and the results. That is why yesterday, when we were doing the methodology and the work plan and the approach, I said to you, you cannot start on the budget before you complete that section. Remember? I said we need to have these sections completed before we can move into a budget, because your budget is a direct mirror reflection of what you put in this, but now we are now putting money aspect of everything that we said we are going to do. Okay, so it needs to align fully with your activities, work plan, and outputs and results. All right, and we're saying if the budget does not match the project design, your donor is immediately going to lose confidence in your ability to deliver. Because who knows? You might be a strong writer, but maybe you're not a good implementer. And they assess whether you're a good implementer based on your budget and how you have allocated your resources. Yes. Now you're listening. Hey, that's the kindness. You see, we recognize that someone is doing good. Yes, ask. The way I was excited. Yeah? I spoke too soon. Why? What's the condition are you asking? Yes, going to fix the problem. Okay, I cannot do it too quickly, man. Okay, no problem. These slides will be shared so you can always read, okay? All right, no worries. Okay, great. So let's look at the common budget categories in a donor proposal. Guys, I'm saying common because I'm not saying this is the only categories that you can find, yeah? Again, it differs on the CFP. Sometimes it differs on the donor themselves. Some donors have a template that they want you to use their template, and you must not manipulate their template. They want their template as it is. So please, don't go quote me when you get a template. You refuse to use that template because you say, me, I said these are the categories. Yeah. So let's just be clear. All right. So most donors will use a similar budget structure, even if they have their own templates. Within their templates, these categories will form part of it. Okay. The first category that will always be there is personnel. Yeah, because you cannot implement a project without hiring people, and people have to be paid for the work that they're doing. So personnel will always be there. And under personnel, we will have sub-bullets, which is the salaries of the people that are forming part of the project. We will have external consultants. So for example, of the M&E aspect, where we don't have an in-house M&E specialist, we can hire an external consultant who will do that part. It forms part of that. And then there's also technical experts. You know, when they say we need a technical expertise for a certain thing, again, you have to make a budget for them, all right? So these are still personnel. There are people that are going to work with you on the project, but they're not people that are part of your organization. They're people you've brought together for particularly this project. When the project is done, they go their separate ways. And then the next category that will always be there is training and workshops, okay? Majority of the time, it's training. If it's not training and workshop, it's something, because venue you will need it. Even if you're doing research, you will need a venue around that. You will need meetings to have. You will need, so this is always there in one form or the other. And there you need to look at things like the venue hire, the materials you're going to need. If you need the venue, does it come with mics or not? If not, are you going to hire those mics out? All those logistical things, yeah? And then we also have a participant support as well, because sometimes you have the participants that are going to come in there, they're going to support. Do they need transportation to get there? Yeah, do they need accommodation? All those small things. What is it that the participants that are going to support you in these workshops need to deliver the work? Yeah. And then we have equipment and supplies. We have that we might need, sorry.
Yes.
We need project materials, we need office supply. Even small things like paper, pen, you need to put those things out. If you don't, you're going to run at a loss, because you're still going to need that paper and you're going to buy that paper. Where's that money going to come from? From something within the project, yeah? So those, you think of those small things. And then also there's travel. So if it's a project that is their project that has other African countries, they might have to travel, yeah? At some point, you might have to go to South Africa, to Ghana, you know, to other parts of Africa. You need to think of those international travel, those flights. How many people? Maybe just 2 people, a supervisor and a whatever, a team lead or whatever. What are they going to eat? There's a per diem. You know, they get paid. What do they call per diems? Per diems, huh? It's the same, yeah? They're going to get a per diem, you know. Hey, those people like per diems, they live nice, guys. You know, must be honest. They give you a per diem, they say you're eating $100 a day. You, my friend, you go and eat $10 per day. You save the $90. So, but those are some of the things that we need to think about. Sometimes it doesn't even have to be international trips. We're thinking of local travel, because if we're dealing with different communities, different districts, we still need to drive there. We still need to sleep there. We still need to eat. So those per diems and everything, they're still there. So we say field visits. Here you must be very clear. How many field visits are we going to do over the span of the project? And how much per field visit? And what is the accommodation? And over the span of the project, how many, like we check all those, how many people that are going to be going on field visits? All that you have to put them in your budget. And then transport for project staff, whether you need to get transport for them, are you hiring, or do you guys have your own cars? All you need to do is put the fuel. You discuss, you know, what is it that you need, or you give them money. You know, when they do field visits, you have an allowance that you give to people that are doing the field. We say, we're giving you 300K, for example. So think about those. If for one period we're giving them 300Ks, how many 300Ks are they going to need, and how many people? If we have enumerators, how much are we paying those? How many? All those things, you have to think about them here. And these things will be fed through your methodology and your approach and your work plan, correct? So here is just mapping them with money and making sure that you don't miss anything. Because once they approve this and you realize you missed something, you're dead. Because that you cannot go back and say, hey, I forgot this on the thing. Can you please give me for $12,000 US? My friend, you have to find that for the $5,000 within the budget that they have given. Okay. Then again, stakeholder meetings. We know that meetings are expensive. Stakeholders, they like to be important. So they want to wear their suits in a nice hotel. So you have to book a nice hotel room. They want to eat nice hotel food. Yeah, those things are costly. So you need to think about them. And then we have administration and overheads. So these are operational support costs. These very hidden costs that you don't really think about, yeah? And then we have monitoring and evaluation. Monitoring and evaluation is expensive, very expensive. So you really need to sit with someone and you make sense of those numbers. So there's surveys, there's evaluation studies, there's reporting, there's data collection, there's all that comes in with monitoring. This is where the enumerators also come in, all that. It's quite an expensive leg. But again, the depth of how you're going to put monitoring and evaluation on your budget lies on the CFP and what it has said around monitoring and evaluation, yeah? So like he said earlier, sometimes they say don't do monitoring and evaluation. So it will not be a full-fledged budget around monitoring and evaluation. Sometimes it doesn't even have monitoring and evaluation aspects. You know, if you're doing a toolkit, then your budget is very limited when it comes to monitoring and evaluation. So these are just some of the typical categories that are included within a budget. Guys, they're not exhaustive. I'm not saying this is all, but this is typically what you can expect to see, or what a donor is expecting to see in your budget. Okay, can I do the example table? Because it's around this, then you can ask a question. Okay. What's going on? Okay, so this is just a very simplified budget example. Please pay mind to it because you're going to create your own budget at the end of today. So you see, this is a very simplified budget. We have our activities, we have the cost category, we have the unit cost, we have the quantity, and we have the total cost, okay? I mean, this is just a simple, but in a normal budget, they will not have this activity split, right? They will probably have it in one square as training and then having different sub-bullets, yeah? But for the sake of us making sense and understanding, I wanted to put it this way so that you can see that one activity can have multiple costs, okay? So don't have a bold figure of training workshop and you say, for training workshop, I need 5 million Rand and francs as an example. No. For one activity, there can be multiple costs and they need to see them clearly. You can't put a bold figure. So example here, we're saying training workshop. We see it's showed 3 times here as an activity. And we're saying the cost category of training workshop, we have venue, we have training materials, and we have facilitator fees, okay? Then what is the unit cost thereof? The venue, it's $200 US. The training materials are on 0, but can you see that even when they're on 0, we still put it on our table? Yeah, to show that we did think about them. But because our venue is probably a hotel that is already coming where it's self-equipped, it has everything, we don't need the training materials, yeah? Then we have a facilitator's fee. We're showing a quantity of training workshops. We're saying 2. What does it mean that we have 2 in quantity of training venues? What do we understand by that? Huh? The training will be conducted twice over the project lifespan. Yeah? So that let's always remember that we are not giving them just the one time we're training. So if we're going to train 5 times over the project lifespan, then that quantity must be 5. Yeah. Then the training workshops, we have there the training materials. That is a mistake. I don't know why it has, that's supposed to be 0 across. Okay. So please ignore that one as a mistake. It's supposed to be 0 all across. Then the training workshop facilitators fee. So the quantity for training in the different cost categories will not change. Are we clear? So if we're talking about facilitators fees and venue, the quantity will still be 2, right? So that won't change. It will remain the same. So again, we have that. Then the field monitoring visits, we have transportation, and then community awareness campaign, where we said we are going to mobilize the community so that we can make sure that participation is high. We have to put a budget for that as well. As we are mobilizing them, we might need material to communicate with them. We might need to buy them some coke here and there, you know. So there is a cost implication and we must put it in play. All right, Jean-Claude, you had a question? Don't know.
Yeah, my question was about the other level of trust. Yeah, startups. Sometimes we have that source. Yes, no. Yes, projects outside of South African place. Sometimes they come across certain jobs. Whereby they need an individual product. So I'd like just to get my question. If they want you as an individual, if you still need to mention other that technical problems, of course, you have been given that thing as an individual, but later on, we look some people to assist you while implementing. So is it advisable to include those people in the technical proposal and get the consultants as an individual?
Who has to answer, Jean-Claude? Did we get the question?
Yes.
Okay, we heard the question. So can we try and give him an answer? Yes, please.
If a consultant is supposed to pay the people who will pay the legal support to them. But you cannot include those people because they are a part of consultants.
Okay. Are we agreeing with Kalisa? Overall? Guys, the questions is really not a trick question. It's what you think. We're agreeing. Okay, we're agreeing. Is there anyone who's disagreeing with him? No, yeah? And that's correct. You don't include people that are going to help you because it is an independent consultant. They are looking for one person to do all the work. Yeah? So if you want to do the work, but you're not confident in the delivery of your work, yes, you can get people that are going to help you, but it's not, you cannot increase the budget because you're going to other people. Within the allocated budget that you have put, it is then you to negotiate and say, Kalisa, I need your help in A, B, C, D. All right? Kalisa comes and gives you his rates. You make a decision. Because remember, Kalisa is not going to get any preference. So he's not getting any reward from that work. At the end of the day, that work becomes a Jean-Claude's work. He's a silent partner, basically. He cannot be publicly known as the person who has done the work because it's not a consulting firm where you need multiple people. It's one person. So you say, Kalisa, help me with this. He says, sure, I can do it. This is my daily rate. and you know your overall day rate, and you also don't want to run at a loss, and because you're also going to do a lot of work, and you're maybe also going to have other people as well. So you negotiate from that point. If you guys agree, you agree. And again, you look at, you have whatever days, let's say the project is running for 60 days as an example. You only need him for 5 days. So let's say in that 5 days, his daily rate is shooting higher than your daily rate. Let's say your daily rate is 500 in your budget, and his daily rate is 700. You can still bring him on board because he's 700 for 5 days, whereas you are 500 over 60 days. And you will see how to balance and compensate within the overall project. Yeah, but you cannot put him at all in your proposal or in any communication, any meetings. He cannot be there. Any whatever present, he cannot be. He's not there. He doesn't feature. He's just a silent partner. And it happens a lot in the consulting spaces, and it's things donors are also aware of, but it's just how the rules are. If we say independent, and most times they're saying independent not because they fully think one person is going to work at that thing, but it's cost cutting. They don't want to work with a firm, it becomes more expensive. Yeah? All right. Any other questions here? Let's see, time. Okay. Any other question? All right, let's move on. I think we're still quite clear from here. Let's move. We've done the example. Now we have the budget narrative. I will make an example of the independent consultant and then a firm. When you're doing a financial proposal, when it is a firm, it's usually for bigger projects that are running for a longer time or running across different interventions. And then it means you have to justify your costs. You say, my personnel is going to be this much, and they need a narrative for you to explain that cost, okay? The explanation is more like motivating, okay, that cost. But when it is an independent consultant, usually an independent consultant's proposal is very limited. It can even be just in 1 page, yeah, or even half a page, because it's just very clear. It's my daily rate, that's my daily rate, okay? So my daily rate times the number of days you've given me, this is how much I need overall. And then I'm going to have to go to the field. So I need transportation to go to the field. I need per diem. I need accommodation. And I'll go to the field maybe 5 times. It's clear. But when you're working with a firm, it becomes a lot of hidden costs that come in, a lot of things that come in play that sometimes a donor will want you to, not sometimes, all the time in a financial proposal that is for a firm, you must include a narrative, which is justification. Some donors already have there's something going what's that? Some donors already give us a template, like I said, and you will see in that template, they will have personnel. Then they list whatever personnel, the quantity, the what. Then at the end there, they have another column written justification. That is the narrative they're talking about. If they don't have a template that says justification, you do your table, and then below you have a section that is written budget narrative, and you narrate your budget. Okay? Because you might find that you don't have to put the justification on the narrative in the table because it's not all the costs that need a justification. Okay? So you will put it under, then you can even still make it a table if you want and take those elements you want and then narrate them. Okay? So this is the importance of what is a budget narrative. So let's read. We're saying that a budget narrative explains the reasoning behind the costs. Okay? For example, training workshops will be conducted for community members to build capacity in climate smart agriculture practices. Costs include venue hire, training materials, and facilitators' fees required to deliver the sessions effectively. You have explained why that budget of training workshops is important. Yeah, you have explained in your narrative why it's important and what that cost is going to include. Okay, and if you find that the costing, the donor might feel it's a bit too high, and you feel you need to explain the costing, please go ahead and do it. Okay, go ahead and explain the costing for that unit. All right. And we are saying that the narrative ensures that every budget item is clearly justified. This is where I say they also can have something called justification. It's the same thing as the narrative. Okay, I don't think there's questions at this point, so let's continue. Now, the next question, we know about a budget. Now you're introducing us to a budget narrative. So the next question is, where do I put this budget narrative? Where does it go? The budget narrative will sit in the financial proposal, and that will be directly after the budget table. And I will repeat myself again. It will be after the financial, the budget table, only if you're not working with a template that already has a column that is written justification. If you have a template that's already written justification, then that justification is the budget narrative. Okay? So don't find yourself answering the justification, and then below the table, now you have another budget narrative. Don't do that. It's the same thing. Okay. So financial proposal, what does it entail? Financial proposals for firms, they must have a budget table, and they must have a budget narrative, and I put / budget justification, so that we remember it's one and the same thing. And here's an example. We have a budget table. Our budget table will have the activity, the category, the unit cost, the quantity, and the total, and we list them, and then there below will be our budget narrative. But for some donors, the budget narrative will be here. We'll make another column here. That is called justification, if they have a template, okay? So again, if they have a template, please go ahead and use their template that has justification. If they don't, please create a section of budget narrative under your budget table. And what does it do? It explains explanation of why each cost is necessary. An example will be training workshops will be conducted for 200 farmers in rural sector. The budget includes venue hire, training materials, facilitator fees, and participants' transport to ensure effective delivery of training effective delivery of the training sessions. Okay, so that's another good example there. So I will pause a bit. Do we have any comments, any questions, or something that we have written a proposal we didn't think about, and now that we are in class, we are now seeing things that we didn't see before? Or now it's like, oh, that makes sense, and it didn't make sense before? Anyone? Even the people online? Anyone? Yes, Nugent?
We want to test this.
Yeah.
We used to use logical framework as the study table. Can we have a clear structure of reproduction that impacts outcome and outcome? So it's just clear. letting these people ask.
But we did the exercise already.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
But most of the time,
Yeah.
we need to capture those kind of. Yes, sir.
Okay. So that I'll ask you to send me an example of how you are used to doing the structures, and then we'll talk about it on a one-on-one. Okay? Yeah. Okay, cool. Any other thing?
Yes, or just on that,
Yes.
They didn't one chief instead of coming like that to like a separate section. And it's finally being proactive by coming up with the budget table. Then various column, I make justification. It's not really going that specific section.
It doesn't matter, but are you doing that as a firm or are you doing that as an individual?
Yeah,
What did I say in the beginning of this conversation?
sometimes justifications for the farmers, but I'm asking I think it comes to.
But there's something I said before I started this conversation. I made a clear deduction around firm budgets and individual consultant budget. Do you guys remember? You don't remember? Okay, so what I said in the beginning, I said that for a consultancy firm, so if they are looking for more than one person to come and do a job or to come and work on a project, their budget, their financial budget is going to be very long. And it's going to be there will be hidden costs and there will be some webs and there will be things that need to be explained. That is why in that instance, a justification and a narrative is one thing, is important because some costs might not just be clear from the table. But then I said, for an individual consultant, your budget can even be half a page. You guys remember me saying that? Do you remember?
Yes.
I said it can even be half a page because it is so clear. You don't have a lot of line items. So what are you justifying? What are you narrating? It's very clear. And usually when they have calls for individual consultants, they already tell you their deliverables. And they already tell you what they want you to do the first 10 days, the next 20 days, the next 15 days, the next 5 days. They have done the structure for you already. All you need to do is give them a cost for that. Simple as that. So you don't need a narrative as an individual consultant. The work is very minimal in comparison to these high budgets when you're working as a firm that has too many people, too many layers, and where you need to create a work plan. As an individual consultant, you don't even create a work plan. It is there. The only thing you do in your technical proposal, you only simply map it. You put it there to make sure you understood their work plan. When you create your work plan, you do not create anything outside of what they already told you they want. Yeah? So there's nothing to justify because they are telling you what they want. You just need to put money. And this is where I was making an example to say, as an individual consultant, all you need to do is put, here is my consultancy fee. You don't even put it there. This is my consultancy fee per day, times the number of days. That is my fee. I'm going to need transportation to go to this field, this number of days. This is how much transport is. That's the total price. I'm going to need to eat, so I need per diem. I'm going to need accommodation. This is my accommodation. Okay. It's very simple. There's nothing for you to narrate.
Yeah.
All right. But I said this in the beginning. Before I started with budget, that's the first thing I said because I was avoiding that question because I knew you were going to ask me. And that is why I already said it because I knew you were going to ask me. Okay. All right. Any other question? I don't want to close anyone out. Even online, if there's any question, please let us know. You're also welcome to put it in the chat box and then we can read it out. Or any comments that you have, please also put it in the chat box. Okay, the next section is we are going to watch a video of that lovely lady. I was telling you guys that she's also marketing a book. But that video is also nice because she also gives us free, there's a link. If you go on the thing, there's a link of free materials, free templates. When you have time, you can actually go and save those ones. For next time, when you do your own budget, you can review those templates that she's created for us. Okay, let me keep quiet and let's watch this lady. Can you make it? Yeah. And make it big. Yeah, full screen. Huh? Doesn't want to.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yes.
Hmm? Where's the real thing instead of looking at it from here? No? I was saying instead of looking at it from the Google Meet, where did you open it into the thing?
See another screen.
Yeah, put it on the screen, then put it on. Screen.
Let's be real. Most of us get into grant writing because we like to write, not numbers. You probably thought,
I know it.
Sorry, we had forgotten the online tutor.
analyst budget anyway. Spoiler, not only is the grant budget your responsibility, let's be real. Most of us get into grant writing because we like to write, not numbers. You probably thought, isn't someone else supposed to handle this budget anyway? Spoiler, not only is the grant budget your responsibility, actually your secret sauce is money more grants. Today I am sharing my 2 round pools, plus a bonus set of tips to turn your budget from a liability into the reason you do grants. Your budget is the backbone of your entire proposal. How much you can promise to accomplish with the grant money is directly tied to how much if you don't nail your budget, it can cost you the grant. So before we get into the specifics of building and balancing your budget, let's first take a step back and define what a grant budget actually is. A grant budget is a financial plan for your project or program. It's where you're outlining all of the expenses that are necessary to carry out your work. Everything from staff salary, office supplies, to travel. The purpose of the budget is to show the funder how much money you need to complete your project and why that money is essential for success. And without a super solid budget, funders can't assess if your project is feasible or if the money you're requesting will be used wisely. Let's make
Is it me?
No.
sure you're building a budget that does just that. Here are my 3 ground rules for nailing your grant budget. Number 1, build your base camp budget. First ground rules, getting your budget right, is getting what I call your base. Every grant application, they request the budget information in a slightly different way. And this can really get you into a tangle when you're trying to recategorize expenses, but make sure you've included everything. Absolutely non-negotiable. You've got your home base, right? Your base camp budget that you can return to as a source of truth, no matter what application you work on. In the description below, I'm going to give you my spicy budget template for free, but before you go download it, I want you to know a few things about it. That budget template is requested from a federal grant. So the expense categories, they might seem a little weird to you, regardless if you ever touch a federal grant or not. This is a great budget template. It's very thorough and it works well for any type of grant application you might pursue. I'm going to give you an example of this shortly with the simple grant application I just submitted. The base camp budget should include your most common costs that show up in almost every project. Personnel, travel, supplies, contractual costs, equipment, etc. And once we build that base, now you don't have to start from scratch every time a new grant opportunity comes your way. Hold up, common mistake. Program versus project. Let's just flag this right now. It's a common question I get all the time. Do I build a budget for A, the amount requested in the grant, B, the entire project or program, or C, the entire nonprofit? The answer is B. Build your base camp budget for the entire project or program that you're working on getting funded. For example, I'm on the board of the Kennecott Beach Recreation Alliance. It's supporting recreation in this gorgeous corner of the earth next to Rainbow St. Elias National Park. My base camp budget was just built around the cost of a new playground because that is the focus of my fundraising activities, not the entire KMRE budget. Two, it's balancing your budget between costs and cost share, which is also known as match. This is really important you log in on this. The second ground rule is that you have to balance them. This is 100% the area I see most budgets make mistakes. I'm going to give you an example. You're seeing my budget template on the screen right now. Every tab that you see, with the exception of the cost share, that's what adds up to all of your projects. And often granting for our match. So this is when basically you need to provide cash or any kind of needed time or materials outside of the grant money you're asking for. Anything you list for in the cost share tab must be accounted for in the budget. Let's say you're applying for a grant. They want 50% match. You got to come up with half of the project costs. Let's say I work on my budget. I got $5,000 in equipment needs, $45,000 in my contract out. My total budget is $60K. I need 50% match. That means I need $25,000 of match, right? So I'm like, okay, cool, got it. I got $5,000 match. We'll donate $20,000 of our in-kind personal time. Tally that up, pay down to $25K. And this, I'm good, right? No, you're not. Here's the issue with this. I am listing in personnel, in kind time here in my match, but I don't have it over in the budget. Could it be this? I actually, I cannot bring up. So to actually make this accurate, I need to include $20,000 of personnel time. This is at now $7,000. And if I look at this, my $25,000 is not 50% any longer. That's actually 36%. Now that I have corrected my example, I've got to go figure out where else am I going to get my match from so I can truly get it to 50%, which would be that I need 35,000. It's 50% match to truly provide a 50% cost share. I need to raise another $10,000 right before I can apply for this grant. This is why it's so important that you understand that any contribution that is listed in the match cost share tab must be accounted for elsewhere in your budget. I have a whole chapter dedicated to this in my book, I'm Writing Grant and Grant Writing Uniform, and in the budget portion of our free grant writing class, which I'll link up below. Number 3 is creating a budget narrative that justifies every line item. After a budget, we need to justify why we have these expenses. And this is where you're going to break down each cost and why it is necessary for success. Funders want to understand, why did you budget the way you have? Your narrative is your chance to explain it very clearly and convincingly. If I'm requesting $30,000 for personnel, right? Staff time. I want to justify this expense. So how many people are going to be working on the project? What are they doing? How many hours are they working? What's their pay rate? And by answering these questions, I'm showing the funder that, hey, I have thought this through very well. These are legit. The people needed to make this project happen. A solid budget narrative isn't just about listing the expenses. It's about proving why. Like, this expense is vital. This is where you're trying to figure out, like, how much staff. This is a good piece of money. It's not just your budget. Your staff comes in here. Because without having a good budget narrative, I'm going to find out if the budget is realistic or necessary. I can go off on budget talk, and I do. Budget Grant Collective, because that's where myself or any of our other coaches are personally reviewing your budgets. We can give you that second set of eyes, but in the interest of time, I'm gonna round out this video with the round robin of final tips to master your grant budget. Let's go. Request quotes early and save that documentation in your project folder. If possible, review your budget with the funders so you can pinpoint what elements of the budget that they would be most excited to fund. In fact, we can ask them, but prefer to fund this or that. Include inflation if you're looking at a multi-year project to account for cost increases, especially get others to review your budget. Once I forgot a $40,000 expense from a budget because I did not have someone check my work. Thankfully, you fixed the issue, but it's a close call. Recognize that developing the budget can take time. You want to start broad, and then we're going to get increasingly dialed in with time. You are now dangerously knowledgeable, so master your next grant budget. Be sure to go grab the free budget template. I'll link down below. It is literally the exact same one I use for every project. You comment below on what your main takeaway is. See ya.
Okay. Thank you. So what did we hear from this lady? What did she say about the budget?
I think she was that.
Yeah, she speaks very fast. That's the truth. But in the way she's speaking fast, what did we at least hear? We will download that video. You can watch it over and over again. But what did we at least get from what she was saying? Was she speaking that fast? Who doesn't hear even the woman saying? You didn't hear what she said. Okay, yes. Yeah. Yes. And she spoke about something called a base camp, that she calls a base camp. When she was referring to the different things that she thinks when she's building her budget. What do you understand by that? Yes, John.
Yeah. She said also that we define budget is
It does. Exactly.
Yeah, that means the take what a series of five they have.
Yes. Which we also mentioned earlier, yeah? We spoke about inflation as well. And how come the video is still doing?
Just click.
Okay, then we spoke about the fact that most times somebody who is writing the grant proposal thinks when they are done, they're going to shift the responsibility of writing the financial proposal to someone else, right? Because you might be a good writer, but not necessarily very good with numbers, yeah? But she said, actually, that's not the case. Most oftentimes, the person who's writing the technical proposal is also the same person that is also writing the financial proposal, okay? Yes, there are review phases. Someone will come and QA, but most times is you are the one. And this is now where she then spoke about the different aspects on how she then creates a budget. Now she came with a terminology called what she calls a base camp. And she said, as you are creating your budget, do not forget your base camp. She said she starts with a base camp. What did we understand by base camp? If we also didn't understand, it's okay. We can say we didn't understand. I just need you to communicate. What is a base camp? What did she mean by that? Or what do you think she meant? So we are unsure. We don't know what she means. Huh? We don't know, yeah? Didier doesn't know. What about the rest of us? Do we know? Okay, that's okay. So when she spoke about a base camp, she's basically saying when you're starting with your project, when you're doing the budget, remember I said there's so many costs because of all the activities. Base camp is you start at the foundation, your base costs, your standard costs. Okay? When you are building a budget, don't already start mapping the activities and costing those activities. That will come after. Start with the base foundation. It's like if you're building a house. Windows will come, the roof will come, now all these things will come. But you start with what? The foundation. To make sure that your foundation is solid before you can build your ground up. So it's the same thing. Base is, let's start with the standard costs, and then we can work our way up from there. Now the question is, what are standard costs? Okay, so there's a layer. A standard cost, for example, they're saying, if you're talking around material or tool, and you're saying, to do this work, we're going to need laptops, as an example, or we're needing tablets for enumerators or whatever. The base cost will be how much the laptop costs you. That's the base cost, which is one laptop will be maybe 500,000 Rwandan francs, yeah? So times by the number. That is your base cost of what? Buying the laptop. But then there are other costs that are associated with that laptop. Maybe there needs, or maybe it's a PC, we need to install certain things, installation, maybe we bought it in Dubai, we need to ship it. Maybe there are taxes, we need to do whatever. Those are additional costs, still relevant to the laptop, but they are not the base. Yeah, the base is how much the laptop will cost, and then all the other additional costs will be costs that are, they are directed to the laptop, but they are not how much the laptop costs. Yeah, so we start with, basically, let's start at the core, and then we build our way up. That's what she meant. She spoke something around cost share. He says, always think about your cost shares. And then she says, when you think about cost share, don't just think about things that need to be paid. Accommodation, transportation, this. Think about yourself, the time that you spend, how much you cost. So if I'm saying for this project, I want to make $30,000 US, I must remember to put it there, not just the other costs. Does cost share always come up in the budget? Yes or no? Cost share. Do we always have to have cost share in our budgets? Yes. Why? No.
Depends on the call.
Yes.
So, like when I was working on the first assignment, you gave us some organization, let's say like the BK Foundation, that has to be a cost sharing. So that means that you have to contribute your own finances, the completion of the.
Did you guys hear, Bennett? Cost share is exactly that. Cost share is me, the donor, I am giving you a certain percentage of the overall money you want, when you need, but you also have to come with some money. So we're sharing the cost of rolling out this project. Now, a lot of times while this woman was talking about cost share, people make a mistake when they now calculate the cost share. Let's say the donor is saying, I'll give you 70%, you must get 30%. They forget to include their time. They forget to pay themselves first. Do you know, even with salaries, we always forget to pay ourselves first. Do you know how you pay yourself first? You're all working, right? You get a salary, right? When that salary comes, what is the first thing you do? Pay what? What stuff? Give me something real. What do you pay? When your money comes, what do you pay? Rent. You pay salary. Are you employed? Are you an employer? Or are you employed? Do you have people that you pay? So that it's not salary you're paying. When you get your salary, what do you pay? Do you pay for your electricity? Do you pay for your rent? What do you pay? Okay, the first thing is rent, yeah? Let's take his example because I think it's the best one. Most of us, when we get money, we pay our rent. If you own your house, you pay a bond, yeah? Rent, bond, the same thing, okay? That is the same mistake this woman is talking about of cost share. When we are doing cost share, we forget to pay ourselves. We start thinking of all the other expenses besides ourselves. When your salary comes, the first thing that you must do, you must take a certain percentage and lock it and save it. How you save it is up to you. Whether you are investing in what, or you're just putting it in your savings, locking it, fixed deposit, whatever. That's the first thing that you must do. You are the one that has worked hard, not this rent you're paying, not this school fees you're paying, yeah? Not all this transport you're paying. It's you who worked. So by rule of thumb, when you get a salary or a payment, if you're a consultant, the first thing is you first pay yourself. And by paying yourself, we mean you take a portion that you can, you lock it away, or you invest it, you save it. You have paid yourself first. Then after you've paid yourself, you can now pay everything else. So this is what the state is referring to, that when we do cost share, we often forget about other costs. No, we often forget about ourselves and we think about all the other costs. Then you kind of run a loss because the money that they are going to give you, you'll find that there isn't even one left for you to pay yourself. So you're running at a loss. All right, we'll not spend much time on cost share because we're not really focusing on projects that want us to give money, right? We want the ones that pay for everything.
All the necessaries and make it like 100%, then not if you show that how the money money and your percentage, or you create to the other table explanation to show.
You have to put it at 100% because if you only put what they are going to give you, they will give you 50%. If they're going to give you 50%, they'll give you 50% of what you have shown. And that time you would have only shown 70%. That means you're even getting yourself. So you need to show the overall project. That the overall project is going to cost this much. But the agreement is that they are only giving 70% of the overall, and you must come up with the 80%. So you have to show everything. And this is where we are speaking about cost share, where most people, when they do the overall, they forget to put their own money in it, of their time and effort. Now, when that person sees that budget, they take it as a full-fledged budget. They're not going to consider the $30,000 of Providence's time because you didn't put it in there. They are working on what you provided them, then they'll only give you 70% of what you have provided you. That means you are now more short. And whereas you find out you end up not gaining a cent from the project because you didn't put in your money in it.
You want to mean that 30% is your input?
Yes, your personal payment, your salary of the project. I mean, it has to come there from the 70% they're giving you. Otherwise, what is the use of what you're doing? Yeah? They're not going to think for you in that way, so you need to put it there for yourself. All right. I think we're doing very well with time. So if there are no questions, if there are no further questions around budget, we're now coming into our exercise. Remember, it's 1 now. What is going on? Yeah. Yes. We're not going on our group exercise. Remember, this was supposed to be lunch, but we decided this lunch we are going to do the exercise. And then after doing the exercise, we are going to present maybe 1 or 2, and then we are going on, we'll eat at home. Yeah. So this is our exercise. This is now where we are going to develop a project budget. Okay. What you need to include in your project budget, you must have your key project activities, your cost categories, your estimated costs for each activity. Use, for this particular exercise in this class, use this format, okay? So I expect each and every one of the groups to use only this format. Don't you put justification after total, okay? So you have activity, cost category, unit cost, quantity, and total. And then in your groups, just identify, because of time, just take 3 or 5 activities from your methodology, okay? And then break down each activity into a specific cost item. Estimate reasonable costs based on the random context. Even those that are from your things are all over, just use the random context, okay? And then let's calculate the total estimated project costs. This shouldn't take long. We're only doing like 3 activities. So obviously we are going to have the normal things that we had, where we said a normal one will have like personnel, operations, blah, 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 blah. Can you take a screenshot of that other, remember that part where we said typical categories, and put it in the group. So of course our budget, where are you moving to this? Okay, it's fine, I will do it. Yeah, so we're going to use the normal common categories. Then we we can even use 3 of the activities, and then we must work on our budget. We're doing this in our groups. So in group 1, group 2, group 3, and online is group 4. Okay? Yes.
If no, my wife, what the bit?
I answered this in previous days. Who remembers? Okay, the answer is not necessary. If they are saying the budget is 200,000 US dollars, they're basically saying that is the maximum budget that they can approve. But you don't have to make sure that your thing is maximizing to 200,000, because how are you going to justify it? Then it means that your budget is not realistic. You're only focusing on the money. If your budget gets to 200 exactly, but it's justifiable, it's okay. There's no problem with it. But if it doesn't get there and it maybe becomes 195, 180, whatever, but it's still justifiable, it's okay. The only thing that's not okay is to go above the budget. If they're giving you a ceiling of 200, you're coming with 220. You're too expensive for this project. Okay. All right. So guys, let's start. This shouldn't take us long. It shouldn't take us long. It's 1 o'clock right now. Can we do our budgets in 30 minutes, please? Okay. Because we are working already on a methodology. I know that some of our methodologies they are wrong, because we still need to get into those one-on-one calls. I know our methodologies still have problems. Our workplace still have problems. It's okay. Let's work on them as a base. Here we're not going to look at precision, but we are going to look at how you have reasoned and how you have put down your budget. Okay. So we're looking at the structure right now. Okay, cool. So 30 minutes should be enough. You're not there. Okay. 30 minutes in your groups, group 1 together, group 2 together, group 3 together. The quicker the better. You know, we'll go home at 2 o'clock today. 2 o'clock. Who doesn't want to go home early? For what? No problem. You guys also leave at 2 and eat there? Okay.
Hey, Edward. Edward. Edward, are you around? Hey, Edward. Edward. Hello, Edward.
Yes.
There's 15 minutes there, and your table is empty. Fifteen minutes left. Yes. Never computer as complicated. Then there were 15 minutes left.
Someone just reminded me a request that I made previously. You were saying that would it be possible to share with them in the previous proposals? We have confidential information deducted, just for them to see from top to bottom how a standard proposal is structured, the framework, how it be like the budgeting and everything.
You know, I'll see how I can do that because you know, with proposal, it's tricky because even if I remove the name, as you're doing explanation, there are things there are some things that will come out, and now it will take so long for me to edit. But what I can do, I can go online and search for proposals, and then I can share one. Because usually online, like the UN, whatever, they usually share the ones that were strong.
Yeah.
So I can share those ones. But my whole is remember, like when we do proposals, we're working under organizations. It's like me sharing a remote proposal.
Yeah.
That's not ethical. You can't do that. Yeah, but I can share. I will find one. But they must remember that in a proposal, the male framework is not going to come out full-fledged. Men is that's why with us, I think it's another whole how I was
Because we have a special training for men in
yes, exactly. Which is now that is where now they talk fully male, the male framework, the indicators, reference sheets, the male, yeah. So, yeah. But yeah, sure, I can look for one, but not my own. Yeah.
all they want is just an example.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. I'm reading the caption. I wonder who is this? It's me. Let's see. This is not me. Yeah. It's not my account. This is me. I don't put rows on my. This is you. I'm very So what I thought you also what are you studying when you were doing website? What are you studying? Statistics. What is statistics got to do with social media websites, eh? Yes, that's one. Yeah. Ten minutes. 5 minutes, guys. Yes. Guys, time is up. Are you done? You're not done. You guys don't want to lead a two, ne? And me, I want to lead a two. So I don't know what we should do about this. I think I'll leave you with Brennan. Brennan will take over because what do you mean you're not done? Can I give you 10 more minutes? Yes. Hi, okay. Let's do that then.
Yeah.
Five more minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, guys, time is up. Are we done? Guys, are you done? Do we have at least one group that's done? Oh, let me just give up on leaving at 2. It's not possible. You only did the structure. Okay, but then that's not enough because we need to finish so we can present. Okay, it's fine. How much more time do you need? 2 minutes. Group 3 says 2 minutes. Group 1, how many minutes do you need? Huh? 5 minutes. And group 2? Don't feel bullied. Say what you want. How many minutes do you want? Are you sure you don't need 10? You said 10. Okay, 5 more minutes, guys. Please. We have 1 minute. Guys, time is up. Are you done? Yes, okay. Group 1 is done. Group 2 is definitely not done. Group 3, are you done? You're about to be done. Okay, so let's start with the group that's done. Mr. IT, can you help us start group 2 projects? What's the others? Group 2, can you please share your... Group 1, I thought you said you are ready. Please share on WhatsApp so we can present it. You said the online group is not good. Group 1, what's the matter? Okay. Thank you. I think you should take your this, even though they're not participating, you can have they're not forget that. See why I always struggle with this of theirs. This is of theirs. I forget about them sometimes. All right. That's it. Other groups, that's because you're slowly doing your work. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Group 3, please. Group 2. Let's take to group 1. Okay, please go for it.
Good afternoon.
No, sorry.
Sorry about that.
new platform to present you the budget project for climate resilient agriculture, productivity, and the food security across Africa, but the case is for Rwanda. As we have studied, you have the activity, cost category, unit cost,
Yes.
and the quantity in the total. According to our project and the research, in the different phases, we have also different category. I'm not going to show you in the details, but I go
Yes. Yes.
as we see in the first phase of base activity, we have a training where we must have a very, we are the training place. We have a facilitator and the expert who have also allowance for participate. We have the transport means in the spend. Also, we have tools for the participator action research. Also, we have the algorithm. Those also will be done in workshop. The second activity is the establishing multi-stakeholders innovation platform. This is will be launched in the workshop of 2 days. We have a concept for venue, medium, communication and documentation. Maybe will be on the right.
Yeah.
We have also this is another data collection, and the meta training, and data collection tools. And we also have in the data collection, we have the mobile license, the tablet, and software also.
Yeah.
We have the data for analysis the passport. Finally, you have the data analysis in the reporting on it.
Yeah.
The four, we have innovation workshop for the prototype development. In this case, we have a very facilitator, technical expert, facilitator allowance, prototyping materials, and software.
Yeah.
Those, even if the budget is not according to the location, but does not should have a budget. It's with finance.
Yeah, that's the thing sometimes. Mr. Auntie, your thing is not
I go. Is there another place? Ah,
They have also correcting testing on farms and master trainer certification.
Yeah.
This is a training also. We have a very monitoring and data collection. We have also the activity of scanning the institutionalism, where we have a cascading training for farmers. This is a very crisis. A policy dialogue, stakeholders, helping the setup and the maintenance. Finally, we have a activity for monitoring and evaluation.
Yeah.
Which is will be done in quarterly action meeting, in the impact assessment, in the reporting, and also data management dashboard.
Yeah.
And then we have a total of 68,990,000.
Yeah.
This is
Okay, continue.
a narrative.
Okay, yeah, before you move on to the narrative, I just have a question. So here around the pilot testing on farms and master trainer certification, why do you have one bulk figure for the master trainer training section? Because I see you have venue, you have facilitation, you have allowances. Why did you put it in one? Because remember we said that yes, it's correct to have the pilot testing on farmers, whatever, as one activity, but that same one activity must have different, what can I say, costs, categories. So you have now put 3 cost categories into one. That for the evaluator or the donor is confusing because they don't know how much are you attributing to venue, how much are you attributing to facilitation, and how much are you attributing to allowances. Yeah. But if on the first part of your training of your budget, you did it correct. I saw a lot of places where I was seeing value coming in because it was a different activity. You didn't just do a ball figure for value, but here I don't know what happened.
It is a mistake.
Maybe it's time.
It's a time to summarize. Yeah, big one.